Hello everyone. I think we're live. At least that is what YouTube is telling me. Happy Wednesday. How are we doing? I hope you guys are doing well. For this very special live stream. Since it is going to be, like it says in the title, it is going to be the last live stream for a while. In fact, I don't know when the next one is going to be. If you've been following along, you'll know that I am starting education as landscape garden. Hello, it's Lauren. Good to have you here. That all fell into place, so I am starting that Monday, which means I will be away from my home 5 out of 7 days a week, 4 out of 7 days a week, until next year, basically. So I can't live stream Mondays and Wednesdays as I've been doing for the last while. So yeah, the live streams are going to be much more. Oh, I can't hear it because it's my headset and not my speakers. Yeah, so yeah, I can't live stream unless it's going to be in the weekend, which might happen, but I'm not entirely sure. So it might be way more sporadic than it has been for a while, if ever. Occasional weekends, yes, exactly. Unfortunately, my weekend schedule for the rest of August is filled up, so I'm not going to be able to live stream at least until September, mid-September maybe. It is what it is, but I will make sure to give a warning in on YouTube, just so you guys have a chance to notice it. It's probably also going to be in the afternoon here in Europe, which is going to be like morning US time, evening Pacific time, Asian time. I don't know. Just kind of want to try that out whenever the next live stream does happen. But anyway, we should probably just get going. It's not like I have written a whole lot since the last time. I gotta say, I have been slumping quite hard for a couple of weeks now. I'm not sure why, just motivation has just dropped. I've been watching a lot of YouTube though, but none of the things that I was supposed to be doing. There was a little bit of uncertainty whether or not I could start the landscape gardening thing and so on, which is dealt with now. As you can see, this was our last stream 2 weeks ago? Last week? Maybe? And then I've written just about a page 2 times, 2 days. So, like I said, it's not been a whole lot. Yeah, it is what it is. I've been doing some background stuff. I've been writing some background lore on a short story that I want to do at some point. But it's mostly just been my 15 minutes a day and not much more. It is what it is. You know, life goes up and down. But we're here. And I do intend to write, as the title says, I do intend to write until we at least hit page 300. We are at the end of 296 now. And depending on when we hit that, I do actually intend to continue this for 4 hours. Just to have a nice, you know, a nice last live stream for a while. A nice long one. So yeah. Going to be sitting here for the next 4 hours at least, and I hope you guys are with me most of the time. Okay. So why don't we just have a looky? Let's see, where do we want to start from? So Vespa and Lemon and Rhenàidd in the Warhammer. They are inside the temple now, and they've almost been caught by a drowner. They've seen Squire Ronin. He is chanting some weird, unintelligible stuff. And yeah, they hid under a bench in the temple bench, and then Vespa has, I was about to say Lemon. Vespa has this moment of like she's so scared she can't move basically, and then Rhenàidd is trying to hype her up. I think that's where we'll start from. Let's just go here. But I'm no hero, Vespa complained, with her whisper so low that neither Lemon nor Rhenàidd could hear her. Almost so low. No? Who was it that saved an innocent animal from near death? That was a fire, Vespa argued. I feel like, you guys know me. I've fallen into this trap before. Like, I keep sort of prolonging action sequences. Maybe it's a little bit because I'm so... I don't know if I can do action sequences. But I feel like this goes into the same category. There's a little bit of urgency missing, but at the same time, I kind of like the whole little girl being super scared and needing to get hyped up. Yeah. Anyway, and who was it? Lemon told me how you refused your own treatment and forced your older sister's hand to save her. The spirit counter-argued. There's also quite a little bit of a nice, recap of the story, which I don't know if that's actually needed or just dumb. But yeah, but that's what it is. That's what a first draft is for. But it still wasn't me who was it, the spirit interrupted, that stumbled upon cultists and their terrible plans, only to relentlessly try and get people to listen to her? There was no response from Vespa, but her copper eyes had moved to the humming warhammer in the shade underneath the temple bench. Lemon took it upon herself to answer with a trill, still being careful about her volume. No, that wasn't me, that was... Vespa's argument was once again interrupted by the humming warhammer before she could finish. Lemon is right, it was you all the way. No matter how scared you were or what it took to set yourself up, there was a stern tone in Rhenàidd's otherwise comforting voice from everywhere and nowhere at once. You have escaped death more than once, fought against crazed cultists and guards also ready to kill you. And yes, you might have talked about quitting, but did you? It's Lauren. Ka-chow, blam, kapow. How I would write action sequences. Can I just say, that was actually just the action sequence with Shad and Otho. Hi, Flaze Flame. Oh, it's been so long since we've seen you, Flaze. Hope you're doing well. How's your space opera going? Oh, where was it? Was it not here? Oh, it was in the... It's in the... One of the other books. I just wanted to show that I was really proud of being able to use this one word in the action sequence. Here it is. bonk. You know, so you're not far off. You're not far off, Isilauren. It was when she hit Shad with her warhammer and sent him flying. Oh, you do remember? Okay. Oh, I don't know if you were there or not, but okay, cool. Flash says slowly, same as your schedules don't match and it's affecting editing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's life. I'm sorry to be the reason your your editing is going slowly. Yeah, I've just been slumping so hard these last couple of weeks. I'm not entirely sure why. It's just been zero motivation to do much. Oh well, we're here. We're here now. I might have talked about quitting, but did you? It wasn't really a question. Given how they were all here in the den of the dragon, which I'm not sure should be... Could be cooler to have another phrase, as Cyanil would have called it. Vespa didn't get a chance to rebut either before the spirit hummed his vessel in continuation. No, of course you didn't, because heroes do not give up even when they're scared. Were you ever scared? Vespa whispered, her eyes and ears on high alert. Yes. The answer came so quickly that Vespa almost didn't notice it. Always and constantly. It took Vespa a count or two before she truly understood what Rhenàidd was saying. But how did you do everything that you told? The battle against the evil shadows? Cyanil was never scared in any of his adventures. I'm sure he was. The counter-argument took Vespa a little by surprise. She was used to her older sister mocking her, always pointing out how Cyanil was a character in stories and books. But being scared doesn't sound very heroic, now does it? That was true. Vespa hadn't really considered that. How did you do it then? Still whispering, but Vespa had almost forgotten her reservations now. I had my authortube, Rhenàidd said. There was a pause in his voice, almost as if he was choking up, and then the humming continued. And my friends, so I was never alone. And that, I think, was the most important thing. Just like how you have Lemon and me. Lemon had crawled onto Vespa's shoulder, pressing her fluffed head against her spirit bound. Vespa returned the favor with a smile, and for a moment things didn't look so grim. And this one is also important, Spirit continued, much more serious in tone now. I believe that we, Kili, Xiang, Ashmandeus, Tristan, authortube, and I believe we were the only who could do something. By the time we all stood on the edge of this here valley, looking down at the atrocities people sacrificing themselves for those they loved and to grant us an opening. Vespa didn't say anything, but she could clearly feel the toll that the words took on Rhenàidd. He had never told her anything quite like what he was saying this moment. In fact, it was almost like he wasn't talking to her, but his words still rang true to Vespa, truer than most things people had tried to learn her on, or things she had read. Just like Vespa of the vigorous... Oh, this is where I will start. I do have a point with all of this. And I do quite like this. We have this recollection and the saying that you know, you don't have to do it alone and all that. I think there's some good lessons there. I also want to pivot to what happened in the prologue, where Rhenàidd is talking to this Kilisiel, who might change her name, but that's her name for now. And he says, even heroes know when to be scared. I want to get back to that here, because I feel like it's sort of a nice wrapper. I do think I kind of want some other character than Rhenàidd saying that same thing to him, and then he can, you know, relay even heroes know when to be scared now for a future. But I quite like that. And I quite like the whole you don't have to be perfect, you just have to do something. Is Lauren, you said this is my first work week after vacation. 5 weeks went by so fast. Yeah. How are you finding that? Getting back to work, getting back to scheduling. It's never easy. Never is. Flame says my action sequences usually involve gigantic fireballs and ordnance, doing as ordnance does. Less personal, more grand, which is the name of the game in space operas. Yeah, that's true. As far as I'm aware, you just want things to be epic in space operas. Big explosions. My action sequences, at least in this book, is much more personal, much more one-on-one. I do think the ones I have written has actually turned out quite alright. Especially the one in the catacombs, the deep catacombs. No, not catacombs, the deep dungeons. Where Vespa and Lemon fought Squire Ronin the first time. They're of course going to have to fight him again now. I was really happy about that one. And actually I was very happy about the Shared and Oath one as well. Mostly because I got to write the word bonk. That was amazing. Hey, so Lauren, the team is a bit slow. Oh, it's a bit slow. The team is a bit staggered. Some are still on vacation. Right. Yeah. Also, there's just like, you know, the whole mentality of things. You have to get up early now. You have to go to work and do your job and not get home until afternoon and all that. It's just such a mindset shift, right? I mean, it's necessary, but if only I had the money to never work or start my new education, I could just be doing this all day, every day. I would be so happy. Flame says, when a character dies, the ship is gone. The entire bridge is blown out by the pressure of the blast. The ordnance explodes, just spreading the debris everywhere, obscuring visibility for battle. It does sound very grand, very grandiose. Just like Vespa of the Vigorous Oath. She is you. Not just some character. In a story. I'm trying to trying to get back into what I actually wanted to say with this. I wanted it to pivot towards that even heroes know when to be scared. And you summoned her. Summoned, that sounds cool. That's a you. You summoned her. Whenever you felt overwhelmed or too scared, but also knew that you were the only one who could. Hey, that was page 296. Let's move on. 297. No. 297. New page hype. Whoop whoop. Hey, Triceratops Rider. Good to have you here in the chat. How are you doing? You're asking, will this be a series? That is the plan. It is a plan that this will be the first book in a trilogy. Now, when or how that trilogy is going to come about, I don't know. I need to finish this one first. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. But it is supposed to be a series, yes. I have planned book 2 or 3, like generally what is going to happen. Of course, they might change dramatically, as this book has, from when I first began to plan it, when I first plotted out what I wanted to do. But it is definitely a long way down the road. Yeah, Triceratops Rider has been... You've been here for most of these streams over the summer, I feel like. It's always great to have you here. Flays Flame used to be a regular, until life happened, I guess. But he's here now, which is great. Oh, he's a Laureate number fact. 297 is the number of integer petitions of 17. I don't know what that means. The number of integer partitions of 17. So that's... No, I don't get it. It's too mathematical. Only one who could do something. That is what I mean. Even heroes know when to be scared. And you are hero 2 in my eyes, which is funny because he doesn't have eyes in my. Of course, oops. Rhenàidd was right. Vespa. Only one. Who could help? That was what Vespa of the Vigorous Oath would do, and she had lemon and the warhammer. Whoops. Isolon says example integer partitions of 4 would be before 3 plus 1, 2 plus 2, 2 plus 2 plus 1. Yeah, okay. So 5 integer partitions. Right. Okay. I get it, I think. 17 integer partitions of 297. I think one of the funniest thing about math is just the wild things that people has just been thinking about and writing out, even before long before computers existed, right? And come up with rules and proof of things. Yeah, okay. 17 has 297 ways to partition it. Right, okay. I get that now. Yeah, I was actually about to say, so doesn't 297 have way more, but it was 17 who ends up being 297. Flation said black tea with honey. I'm in sleep deprived heaven. You should really get some sleep, dude. You know, I recently changed my, not sleeping schedule, but my sleeping habits to not snoozing, which I know everyone recommends, but I just want to try it. And I suddenly did not feel very sleepy during the day. And then today I had like a day of, you know what, I'm just gonna sleep in. Whatever, I snoozed my alarm clock a couple of times, and I just I've just been feeling beside myself all day. So I think there's something to it. Do you have a title yet? Asked Triceratops Rider. I do, and sadly, Flame, it is not the Gauntlet of Vespa, though that is actually a cool, maybe a subtitle. I want Vespa to be called like Iron Fist or something by the end of the trilogy. That's going to be her nickname because she wears that gauntlet. The title is Spirit Son. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to end up being called. The Spirit Son is the thing that happens when the two suns in my universe, they eclipse each other. And you know, that's a really important event because that was where Vespa was able to travel into death and spirit bind with Lemon and get out of death. So that's a really important event, and I think it sounds really cool. I think it sounds really fantasy-like. It sort of screams fantasy, which is important. And then the second book I want to call Shadow Sun, because we're going to go into lots more of these this shadowy thingies that is happening. The shadowy figure from the beginning of the story. What is underneath the catacombs? What are the growing black crystals growing from Rhenàidd's tomb? All that jazz. And then the third one is going to be called Eveningsun, which is, you know, the title that the Vespa is going to inherit, the Son of the Evening. And also the name of my World of Warcraft character who inspired all of this. Flame says the Gauntlet of Iron Fist seems a bit redundant. Maybe you're right about that. Good thing I'm not calling anything the Gauntlet of anything then. But yeah, that's the plan. And she's going to be the hero who saves everything. She's going to be the sun in the darkness, the evening sun. I quite like that. You have the Spirit Sun and Shadow Sun. You have the alliteration. You have sun in all three titles. It sounds great in Danish as well. Aftensol, Skyggesol. Sjælesol, Skyggesol, Aftensol. Spirit Sun, Shadow Sun, Evening Sun. Oh, Triceratops says I get your books when you publish them. Oh, thank you, dude. That means a lot. You might have to wait a little bit though, but hang in there. Don't worry, I'll be posting everywhere on YouTube when that happens. And Flame is having fun. Good job, dude. All right, moving on. She was as ready as she would ever be. Oh, okay. Her voice still had to catch up, to catch up with her newfound determination. Newfound. It's not as good as the Vespa crawling on all fours on the wall, but Gauntlet will never go. You know, I ran that past multiple people. And you too. It was you and who was it? Another one in the comments. You guys were the only ones who thought that sounded like she was crawling on the walls. I rest my case. It wasn't as bad or funny as you guys made it. I'm not saying it's going to be in the final version. I'm not saying it was good, but it wasn't as bad as you guys made it out to be. Let's do this then. Vespa took a deep breath. I can do this. Good. That is good. There was no relief. There was no sign of relief. In Rhenàidd's voice. Did my camera just reset? Camera's dead. What the fudge? Hello, I'm back. That was weird. It just shut down. Rest in peace. By the way, you guys noticed I have a lemon here on my in my shirt pocket. Wow. Okay, so that was interesting. Camera dead. 039. Camera dead. Is Lauren says, oh no, Playstream, you said something first. That's 2 out of many, like 5 people. That's still 26% of something of people that read it. I think she's Spider-Man. You don't know how many people I asked. It's probably true, but is Lauren the name Vespa is the Latin name for hornets and wasps. My mind goes there when I hear her name. Getting punched by a gauntlet would sting quite a bit. Vespa is the name of a small Italian locomotive. It's a small scooter as well. Actually, I think the hornet wasp thing kind of works in my favor, because she is small and annoying, and you can't get rid of her. So, you know, big brain plays. Of course, in my universe, it is short for Vesperu, which means evening. In the blessed language, which is very much inspired by Latin. Every time I hear Vespa, I now imagine a small Vespa scooter just going on these adventures. I had... I wonder if that's... I had one of my friends who graciously made a... see if I can find it. Graciously made a fan art all the way back in November. Okay, so that's not... Dude! Why are you shutting off? Okay, I need to reset, I guess. Okay, now it just keeps going, turning off and on. What is happening? Where is it? Let me just... So this here. Whoops. Wow, everything is going wonderfully well now. Did I? Nah. Okay, I can't find it. Maybe I'll put it up on my YouTube afterwards. Okay, I'm just gonna shut it off, and I'm just gonna shut off the power to it. Take out all of these. Oops. All of these. All of the cables. You guys couldn't see that. I'm just gonna give it a couple of minutes, and then we'll see if the camera decides to come back or not. What's a series that everyone loves but you just can't get into? Star Wars, Walking Dead, Game of Thrones. I'm with you on Walking Dead, but that's mostly because I strongly dislike zombies. That was just the time when they were in everything, and people were like, "Oh, but it could happen in real life as well." I don't like it. The Witcher is one for me. I watched the first couple of seasons of the Netflix show. I loved the first one. Second season wasn't very good. I played 13 hours of the game Witcher 3, and it just did not click for me. Even though I feel like it should. I love the short stories, but the first real book, Blood of Elves, is just... I don't know. It was okay, but I don't really remember what happened in it. Face frame, I missed the freeze frame webcams. Now it's just black screens. How disappointing. Hey, Scott McClellan, you're here as well. Without seeing your face, I now believe you're just a pair of hands. Well, you know, I have to be much more expressive now that you can't see my face. So, sort of like a little bit of sign language going on. I don't know sign language. You can see that was apparently me doing sign language is counting. But yeah, also because I love fantasy, and The Witcher is like, you know, it should be something that I should be really into, and I was into the first season of Netflix show, but alas, I gave it a shot though. It's Lauren Vespa, Latin for evening star. That was actually where I originally looked it up. Yeah. It's also, I believe it's a Catholic prayer for like evening prayer, late night prayer or something, called the Vespa. Also connected to Evening Star in Lord of the Rings, Arwen's nickname, and the name of the jewels he gives to Aragorn. That was basically my research when I had to find the name for Vespa. Vespa. Yeah. It was, well, I started with the, you know, something with evening, and then evening sun was actually, you know, what's a sun? It's a star, an evening star in Latin. That was Vespa, you know, even star, Lord of the Rings. Okay, now we're on to something. And then I took Vesper and turned it into Vesperu for evening, and that shortened that for Vespa. That was a thought process there. Right, there was no sound of relief in Rhenàidd. But Vespa thought that she could. And what about you, Triceratops writer, by the way? Do you have a show that everyone loves but you just can't get into, now that you asked the question before? Place Flame also, I haven't gotten into The Last of Us. The Last of Us is the same. It's zombies, you know? Well, it's not really zombies, but I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't care for it. Maybe I'll have my mind blown if I ever get shown it, but I'm not gonna do it on my own. The entire Mario and Sonic games, movies, shows. I love the new Sonic movie, the first one. I haven't seen the others, but the first one was pretty fun. Why does it always have to be some complicated name? Cavea Trollia for cave troll. Well, in my case, you know, we want to have. Well, that's why she's just called Vespa. It's short for a longer name, and the longer name is in another language, right? To give some, the idea is to give some in-universe feel to it. Yeah. Can't think of any, says Triceratops. Oh, okay. I don't really know what to say to that. I thought you had something in mind since you posed the question. Is there maybe a genre then that you're like, okay, that genre is just not for me? Because I can think of Western genre. I think I have mentioned this before on stream, but that's just really a turn off for me. I don't really know why, but it's just and sci-fi is not like, I love Star Wars, but Star Wars is fantasy in space, right? And sci-fi is not really a turn off like that, but it's not something I'm like, okay, I have to see it. And then I saw Westworld, the first 2 seasons, which were really good. As Lauren says, I tried to watch Psych. I just couldn't get past the fact that the police were more willing to work with a psychic rather than someone who have an extreme eye for detail. Facehim says fantasy in space. You. Come on. You cannot say Star Wars isn't fantasy in space. You have the Force, which is religious magic where you can push and pull stuff and mind control, whatever. You have lightsaber combat, which is sword fighting right there. It's and as they say, it's a weapon from a more civilized age. You have the whole Jesus figure in, I guess Jesus isn't fantasy, but Jesus figure in Anakin. It's fantasy sci-fi, but just lazier. I actually kind of subscribe to what George R. R. Martin said about fantasy and sci-fi being two sides of the same coin. It's just you have different reasons. Yeah, George Lucas called him modern day myth. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, in fantasy you have magic to solve problems, and in sci-fi you have science to solve problems. But whatever, you know, the things in sci-fi are so wildly out there that they don't actually make super lot of sense. So they are basically magic in their own right. And George R. R. Martin was a sci-fi writer before he wrote Game of Thrones. So, you know, I quite like that interpretation of things. She could hear. George Lucas also talked so much about you know, he loves the monomyth, which is hero's journey. So much so that Star Wars is it's just like the archetypical example of the hero's journey. It's how I learned about the hero's journey. Flavim says, yes, the incest writer is a credible source of quotes. Well, I mean, he's one of the most popular writers we have right now. He has written fantasies since the 90s, and before that he wrote sci-fi for 20 to 30 years. So, I mean, take from what you will, but he can still have good opinions. I'm dying on this hill. It's alright. I have hills I want to die on, but that is not one of them. I don't think you can discredit someone because of what they've written. And it's also not like the incest thing. It's not like it's praised or anything. It's actually framed as something really, really terrible. So I don't really know what your point with that was. Yeah, if you've seen the animated Star Wars content, there are literally witches with the resurrection powers. Blaze Flame Fantasy is when writers don't have to explain what the hell they're doing. As a sci-fi writer, I'm not taking sci-fi just fantasy. I'm not taking sci-fi just fantasy in space lightly. Well, you still have to explain. You have to make things believable in their own universe, right? Like, we know dragons aren't real, but you have to make a universe where you suspend the disbelief of the writer or the viewer to make them think they're real. Just like you don't have a hyperspace. That's not a thing. Right? You can't have intergalactic travel the way they do in Star Wars. It's just magic as well at that point. Because you're just saying we have to jump into hyperspace. Vroom! You fly at the speed of light to another destination. You say we do some calculations, but, you know, it's just magic. You're not explaining anything either. It's just like, here's some science. Lightsabers, they are plasma. They're plasma swords, right? Well, that can't really happen. You can't have plasma interact and be stable like that. All right, it's magic. That's the point. You're using either magic or technology as a way of solving problems, even though the technology is not something that can actually happen. Triceratops saying flying dinosaurs, breathing fire doesn't seem that unrealistic to me. I feel like they could exist somewhere. You know, the funniest thing about dragons, right, is that they exist in pretty much all of mythology, even places that had never had any interaction with each other. That I find really strange. You know, it could just be they found dinosaur bones and made it up. But all of them had some sort of elemental powers. Please claim, yes, this magical stone can create the gravity of the Earth, versus the galaxy's constant rotation starts lose effect after certain axis, causing you to get out of the galaxy and re-enter. I'm not really sure what your point is here. Well, you're writing it as saying fantasy is basically it's just silly. You're saying it's lazy, but isn't sci-fi as well that? Yeah, there's some physicality to it, but again, you can't have lightsabers in the real world. You can't have hyperspace in the real world. You can't have intergalactic travel in the real world. It just doesn't work. Even if you say you have the... And then in sci-fi you say, oh, we have the technology now. Great. That's where you suspend the disbelief of the viewer, right? I'm not saying sci-fi is bad or sci-fi is lazy. I think if you have lazy world building in both, that's where you have problems. Like, my magic system have rules as well that I need to adhere to. He's a lord, you can write both sci-fi and fantasy and decide how much you want to explain stuff. If you want to explain a lot, you get The Expanse or Mistborn. If you explain little, you get Lord of the Rings or Star Wars. Yeah. But even Mistborn had like, I don't really know The Expanse, but Mistborn was also like, you eat the you ingest the metals and you burn them, right? That's the only explanation you get. You burn them. And then he has a ton of rules that makes him really cool. A little bit complicated, but makes it really cool. Sci-fi is based on grounded truth that's built to fiction. Two suns rising at the same arc of the day isn't. Actually, you can have two suns. I read up on that. There is some... that it can happen somewhere where they interact with each other in a gravitational manner. Well, I course they would interact in a gravitational manner, but you could have theoretically a universe, a solar system like ours with two rotating suns, two stars. But at the end of the day, they're all just fiction, right? They're all just magic. But it does seem like I struck a nerve, and I'm sorry if I did that. Wow, that was some discussion. My point is sci-fi is space fantasy. I actually said it's the most insulting bloody quote I've ever heard. I said Star Wars is fantasy in space. I'm not angry, I just feel attacked. I'm sorry you feel attacked. It wasn't my intention. I said Star Wars is fantasy in space, which it is. And then I said the other thing about how sci-fi and fantasy are two sides of the same coin, which I can definitely see the arguments for. I wonder if my camera is doing better. So if I go over here, put back on the power, turn it on. It turned off immediately. That's not good. Okay, it's back on now. Let's see if I take it here, and then I just have to there. Okay, and if I can go into studio mode now, so you guys can see what I'm doing behind the scenes, and I press this one. Hi. Well, I'm back. Let's see if this'll keep up now. Scott McLaren, how much damage did the attack do? Triceratops, do you think Tolkien's work should be taught in school? Yeah. I can't see why not. I mean, it's not like it's hugely... I think it should be taught in the way of, I guess, an English class or whatever, because it's such a notable literary work of fiction, right? It was so influential. So probably more like the historical context and what it led to. And of course, if you're taking creative writing courses, which, I mean, that's more like college level, isn't it? English yeah, that it sounds okay. Maybe not in school then. I don't know. I don't know what. Because when you say in schools, you imply that it's like lower grades, right? In the right context, Tolkien's work can be taught. Yeah, it depends on what you want to teach. Tolkien's philosophies and magic. I would love to be taught how they're taking the hobbits to Isengard. That was my bread and butter, that video. Okay, but I need to get on with this. We still have three pages left. My ink pen has started to be really annoying. Like, there is ink. It just doesn't really slow down. It doesn't really... It's like there's sudden... Okay, now it's back. It's like there's suddenly this this cork just won't let it flow. Clean it out with hot water every now and again. Yeah, that's probably what I need to do. I have never cleaned it, so you're probably right. It's most likely the way to go. Oh. Here a sense of pride. This time around. First things first. First things is that is just without the apostrophe. First things. Nope. Yes. Nope. We need to know what is going on. I can do that. Almost immediately. Vespa. Vespa began making her way out from underneath the temple bench. Lemon had moved her to her back. Enjoying the ride. Enjoying the ride. And Vespa's We already wrote determination up there. Oops. Determination. Damn it. There was not enough room. Determination. So we're just gonna go here and say repeat. Lauren says there's a popular Swedish parody of Lord of the Rings called Sagan om de Bannlysta, the story of the exile. It was extremely popular in the 2000s. I still quote some parts of it to this day. It was a parody dub of the first movie. Oh, so was it like Pistol Shrimp? If you remember those, they made a lot of Harry Potter parody dubs. That was really funny. I don't know, I feel like I've heard that before. Sagan om de Bannlysta. Okay, video is 40 plus minutes long. Okay. This one is only 4 minutes. Okay. Complete. So was it like, okay, there it is, okay. Yeah, probably haven't seen it then. But it sounds like Pistol Shrimp, and though they had a lot of funny parody Harry Potter content. Be careful. The spirit warned. Vespa nodded. Even though oh yeah, that reminds me, the parody thing. In Denmark we had this, I'm pretty sure they were just like young teens who found a mic somewhere and just had fun, but they were parody dubbing anime, and they were called Behind Two Hills, and they had the wildest stuff. It was always animes that were a little bit on the pervy side. They were so much fun. Just parody dubbing it so it would be about something entirely differently. That's what I wanted to say. Completely different. There it is. I feel like that was a lot of the internet at one point, right? It was parody dubbing when people started to afford mics and stuff, and the internet became better and better at the better and better speed, so you can download stuff. Even though Rhenàidd couldn't see. But still, She took his... She took his words to heart. Sloan says, one well-known example from Sagan om de Bandlyster is when the hobbits throw rocks at the pool outside Moria, and Aragorn stops them and says, you're not good enough to throw rocks. What? Honestly, it sounds like it's right up my alley. I love stupid comedy like that. Absurd and stupid comedy. You are not good enough to throw rocks. Making her way deeper into the temple. By hiding behind pillars, I guess columns. More temple benches. And I need to figure out what's inside such a temple. Besides the grand reservoir, the great reservoir in the middle. Lauren says another one is when they're trying to cross the mountains and they try to tell Gandalf that they need to turn back, and Gandalf screams, do not scream, and then there's an avalanche. Nice, nice. That's probably one of the things I was most surprised about, that they changed from the book to the movie. Not the do not scream, but the fact that it is Gandalf himself who suggests that they go through the mountain. Not like go through Moria instead of through the mountain pass. And it's Aragorn who is against it. I mean, I like the movie version more, I think, because, you know, it would make sense that Gandalf, who knows what's in Moria, what's deep down in Moria, it would make a lot more sense that he would be afraid of it and not be really cocky about going there. Yeah, there's a lot of There's a lot of weird things going on in the book, I feel like. Weirder things. And the odd chair and table. Let's just go with that. What about shelves? There's shelves in a church. Soon, Vespa found a good vantage point. Behind a column close to the center reservoir. From here, she could see most. She could see most. Without leaning too far out. And exposing myself and lemon too much. So I sometimes rather ask, what book had the most disappointing ending? I don't remember reading a book where I thought, man, that was a disappointing ending. I've seen movies and TV shows where I thought that was disappointing. Or they messed that up. Game of Thrones, for example. Don't get me started. That is my hill to die on. How terrible that was. I'm trying to think if I read a book where I thought it was like really disappointing. I thought it wasn't really disappointing, and it's not. I don't think a lot of people know this book series, but I highly recommend it. It's called Spellwright by Blake Charlton. It's the first one is one of my favorite books. It's easily a 4 out of 5. It has got this really unique magic system where magic is prose that is made in the muscles, so you have to spell it out in the muscles. And the big problem is the main character is dyslexic, so even though he's very powerful, he can't do magic for shit, and it just explodes in his face. The third one in the trilogy, it wasn't bad, but it just got very metaphysical. And I don't know. It wasn't disappointing. It was just... yeah. It was a bit too much, I think. I guess Book of Elves, the first The Witcher novel, not short stories. I guess that might be a little bit disappointing, but only because I don't remember what happened in it. So it clearly didn't stuck with me. So that must be kind of disappointing, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that. The Blood of Elves. I still plan on reading the others at some point. Yeah, I can't think of any book with a bad ending either. I remember reading Tunnels and not enjoying it much at all. I can think of a couple of books where I didn't enjoy the journey so much. Actually, Lord of the Rings. I don't think if that book would have been published today, it would have done very well. The ending is good. But the whole section with Tom Bombadil is just, what are we doing? No, Triceratops, you can't go on to the next question without giving an example yourself. Did you have a book that had a disappointing ending? Oh yeah, it also had Gods of the Weirdwood, which Wordwood. Gods of the Weirdwood by R.J. Barker. That ended pretty well, really well actually. But it was like it was built in 3 sections that felt like they didn't really have a whole lot of things to do with each other. So yeah, I spent a long time going through that. Also, I'm reading Assassin's Apprentice right now by Robin Hobb. And I quite like most of it, but it's also taking me long time to get through. I'm not really enthralled in it the same way I was with Mistborn. So yeah. Okay, biggest movie hot take. I despised the ending of Wolf of Wall Street. Just the entire movie actually. That's probably my biggest movie hot take. I did not care for it at all. I understand the moral they were trying to convey, but it was still a shit moral of the story. That if you're rich, you can get away with it. Which I'm sure that's the way it is. Yeah, I mean, we see it all the time. That is the way it is in the real world, but it's just it's just a really bad moral. As long as this book ending related, I read Of Mice and Men for English class. I procrastinated finishing it and I stress read it the night before we were supposed to discuss it in class. Yeah, you're probably like, okay, then it's something that you don't really care too much about, right? When that's the case. I did not register what happened at the end of that book when I finished it. And I got very surprised in class. Actually, with the Assassin's Apprentice, had I not read what the book blurb, whatever it's called, on the backside said, I don't think I would have registered that a civil war was underway. But it's like, that's a big point. And I was like halfway through the book when I read the book blurb on the backside, and just like, oh, I see, there's a civil war underway. Triceratops, hot take in movies. The Last Jedi is the best of the Star Wars sequel trilogy. The Last Jedi is Star Wars sequel. Is that the first one? Oh my god, just there it is. No, prequel. Blah blah blah. Skywalker Saga. Installment The Force Awakens. Is that the first one? Okay. And then Rise, no, The Last Jedi. Oh, that is actually kind of a hot take. The Rise of Skywalker is the final one. Okay. I don't want to dismiss your opinion, so take this with a grain of salt, but I found The Last Jedi to be so badly made that I have never seen Rise of Skywalker, because I did not want to waste my time anymore on the sequel trilogy after The Last Jedi. I mean, the first one, The Force Awakens, that was just basically episode 4 in new clothes, right? I barely remember those 3 movies that dropped the ball so hard in those films. There was just, I kept thinking that The Last Jedi would work so much better as a series, as a season in a show where you had 10 hours instead of 3. Because I feel like they just skipped past so many different things, and there was so many things that sort of didn't make sense in the grand scheme of the story, but could have if you had more time. Okay, like I think Triceratops says, like, I think it's a bad movie, but I think it does 2 things right. The message and Kylo Ren. I can't find 2 things for 7 and 9. Like I said, 7 is basically just episode 4 in new clothes. And like, I'm pretty sure its job was to get the old guard, the old Star Wars fans excited about the sequel trilogy. And I think it did that pretty well. But it was just, there's another Death Star, here's another Skywalker. Let's go, right? I do agree, Kylo Ren was probably my favorite part of, well, I've only seen episode 7 and 8. But he was probably my favorite part. I think Adam Driver did a really, really good job on that role. I've heard so many good things about Rogue One and Andor. I haven't seen them yet though, so I mean they're on the list. I'm not good at taking my time sitting down and watching things. Facts. I think that's a pretty lukewarm take. I think a lot of people think that Rogue One and Andor are way better than the trilogy, the sequel trilogy. But yeah, the Last Jedi, that turned me off to ever watching the final installment of that trilogy. So I would still say that I thought episode 7 was better, in my opinion. It was more coherent story. Even though it was just the reskin of episode 4. But yeah. Rogue One was not well received by fans. I think it has grown on people a bit over the years. Really? Because lurking on Star Wars subreddit, that and prequel memes, I feel like Rogue One is always brought up as a good movie. Maybe, I mean, it's anecdotal evidence, right? But interesting. But I mean, you also had Lord of the Rings when that came out, the movies. Fans hated them. They hated them. And now, 20 years later, it's like the epitome of fantasy movies, right? I mean, I've always loved them. Especially after I saw the extended versions. Oh my god, that was so good. Don't have hard evidence either. I mean, like I said, I didn't see Rogue One when it came out, so you could very well be right. I don't doubt it. I feel like that's also a lot of internet culture at the moment. Like, the first take is always hate for a lot of people, and then they sort of ease up on it afterwards. Right. Okay, where were we? Actually, I'm gonna here. Okay. It's when I don't write. I guess that just means we have to keep writing. Then it just stops the flow completely. It makes sense that it needs to be cleaned though, because I have never cleaned it. And what, I've been writing with it for 5 years now. Hey Miss Blogger, welcome to the stream. When I say Kylo Ren, I mean how he replaces Snoke. He should have been explained, yes, but I think the route of making Kylo Ren the twist villain of the trilogy was brilliant. A redemption was not needed. I completely forgot about that Snoke character. Yeah. Yeah, that was strange. How they didn't explain him a lot. They were sort of trying to mirror Anakin, weren't they, with Kylo? Also, since Kylo was the son of Han and Leia. I think that was probably the best moment in... Not the best as in yay, but the best drama of episode 7. That was when Kylo Ren killed Han Solo. Which is funny because I was about to call him Indiana Jones. Harrison Ford said the only condition he would be in a new Star Wars trilogy was that he would be killed off in the first movie. And that's just the most dramatic moment. I like how the son said the only males from the original trilogy, but Carrie Fisher was the one who died in IRL. Oh, dude, that was terrible. Like, I remember going into The Last Jedi and thinking, okay, how are they gonna kill her off in this movie? And then when she is when she's torn out into space from her spaceship, and I was like, okay, that was actually a pretty good way of killing her off. Like, there was some beauty to it as she floated there in space, and like, okay, it was I don't even remember how, but I remember thinking, okay, there was a consequence to her actions. It was pretty good. And then she didn't die. And she used the Force to fly back into the spacecraft. What the actual F was that? I can't believe like writers would go, unless of course there's an executive sitting over their shoulders saying, no, you can't do that. You can't kill Leia off. And then they sort of had to bring it back. I don't know. It's a bit like how in A Game of Thrones, where in the first scene you see Bronn, if you remember him, the sellsword that Tyrion meets and becomes his bodyguard, how he starts out not knowing, not understanding the concept of money. He says that himself. And then in the final season, he's the master of coin. Because they needed, an executive wanted him in the story because he was popular. What? Yeah. Goofy. Goofy is a really good word when they do that. Right, she is going to see... Oh my god. Nah, I did it again. Man, I really need to... I do really need to fix this. It's strange how it just completely cuts off the flow. Okay, it's back. Anyway, I wanted to go over here into the main plot of my chapters overview. So what they're going to see is that they're going to see the Paladins and Squires being chained up by the cultists, dragged into the dragged on top of the reservoir and get thrown in. Arms chained to large stones at Ronin's command. Vespa tells Rhenàidd and together come up with the break. Scott asks if I'm a software engineer. No. I studied what was called meteorology. I do have a teeny bit of programming experience, but I'm much more creative than a programmer. I think Isilauren is a software engineer. And yeah, from Monday, I'm going to be studying to become a landscape gardener. So there it is. And what she saw dude. And what they saw. From behind. The column horrified. Them both. Thank you, motorcyclist. Have you heard that? Oh. What did they see that horrified them both? Along one of the walls, benches thrown aside. The townspeople were gathered. Not gathered, that sound like. Were crowded, restored, gathered, concentrated. Amassed is probably a good one. Amassed. Scared and trying to somehow okay, to be fair, that I don't know if you heard that, but that was not a motorcycle, that was a tuned scooter. Get away. From the, I think it's blue. I need to check that. Blue. Check. Drowners. cloak color. Yeah, Lauren says, I was listening, by the way, from the computer. Yes, I am a software engineer. Yeah, it was just Scott who asked. I don't know if he asked me or he asked you, but he did ask for a software engineer in the chat. And then that was it. He disappointedly never wrote again when I revealed that I was not one. From a blue cloaked men sneering and poking them. With swords and spears. That's Scott, I was asking you, I thought it was kind of amusing that a software engineer was using an Excel sheet to plot a book. That was not the case. No. No, it wasn't. It was, I don't know. It's I actually quite like the Excel sheet that I've made. It does speak to me being much more of a planner than a discovery writer. And using Excel in that regard, or Google Sheets, is, if that's not the epitome of a planner, then I don't know what is. But yeah, that wasn't that wasn't the case. It's an easy and cheap way of doing it, right? Cheap digital way of doing it. Lauren has actually recommended Obsidian, which I have still yet to look into. I never understood plotters and planners. If you're not writing all the chapters out of order, are you really writing? Yeah, I guess there's some funny wisdom to that. I will say this is my first book, so maybe I need to try a little bit more discovery writing, where I write random chapters at a time. You know, to really feel like I'm writing, as you say. Apparently, according to Brandon Sanderson, there are way more discovery writers than there are planners, unless you're in Germany, where people are like, you don't plan your book? Look at you with horrified faces. I just think it's interesting. Of course, everyone is a little bit of everything, right? It's not like either or, but yeah. Laughing. How Vespa didn't notice. Their laughs, their cruel laughs, before she didn't know. But now she hard time not hearing it. Now she had a hard time shutting it out. Bring another one. Squire Ronin. Shouted from in front of the blessed reservoir. He was holding what looked to be an ancient book. An ancient open to a dusty page. Dark and dusty. Page in one hand, pointing the dagger that he had fought Vespa and Lemon with. Towards the pile of villages. Is Lawrence said do it Memento style, alternate from the start and the end and meet in the middle. I've never watched Memento. I really should watch Memento. I've heard so many good things about it. But yeah, that could that is one way to go about it. Scott says it's nice being part of the intuitive Panzer master race. It's like being a drunk who can pull out a pistol and shoot the wings off a fly. I was shocked and horrified that I wrote the last chapter of my book last. I mean, I think that's probably one thing that even if I try a little bit more discovery writing, pantsing, if you were, I do think that I would be much more inclined to always know what I want my ending to be, so I know what I'm working towards. Yeah, I don't think I can even get an idea without thinking how I want it to end, right? like that was probably the first things that I plotted out for each of these books here, even though some of them have changed. But that was how I wanted them to end. Well, technically, I didn't know how I wanted the second one to end. I know how I wanted the first and the third one to end. And then I was like, what if we take the ending of this third one, make it the ending of the second one, and make an entirely new scenario for the third one? That was pretty clever, I thought. Of course, you guys don't know what I'm talking about, because, well, I haven't actually shown anyone what I want book 2 or 3 to be. But just you know that I am pretty smart. I am very smart. So he said sarcastically, just to be. Also, this is soon the end of page 297, and we have spent way too long trying to get there. We did have there was some big discussions going on at one point in this, during this last hour, these couple of hours. But I might need to buckle up if I want to write. Again, I want to get past page 300 today. Okay, yeah. Let's try that. Let's try to buckle up. And I want a woman this time. Too many of our sacrifices are men. Lauren says Cloud Atlas has a weird structure. It's a handful of stories nested in each other like an onion. I've only seen the film and never read the book, but I've heard about the book. Huh. So like almost now that you brought up Christopher Nolan, his Memento, it sounds like Inception, where you have the dream levels, right? Then nested inside of each other. Cloud Atlas is like an ogre. Ah, is that a Shrek reference? I believe it's Shrek 2 reference even. His hooded cloak. His face. Was hidden underneath his hood, but Vespa could easily recognize Squire Ronin. Squire Ronin's, that was page 297. Let's go, new page hype. Whoop whoop, 298. Give me that number fact, is Lauren. even if I have no idea about the math. Voice. It even still had some of that fury. From down. In the deep dungeons. Sacrifices. Vespa whispered. To Lemon. That looks terrible. Then she noticed all of the busy work going on around the grand reservoir. So full of blessed water. Blessed water. Yeah, number fact 298 is a non-totient and non-cototient number, which means that phi times x, phi x, and x phi x both cannot result in 298. I won't bother to explain this. End of number fact. Thank you, Lauren. Wow. What a mic drop right there. Because I was going to ask you to explain that, but I do. Well, I know phi is it's not called a constant, but it's like tan and psi sin, right? We'll just leave it there. It was great number fact. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's a Greek letter, but it's like a constant, right? Like pi. I'm just trying to sound smart. That's all there is to it. cultists all dressed in the same blue hooded cloaks. We're chaining unconscious people, unconscious. Oh, I feel like I misspelled that. Whoops, that was not wrong. Unconscious. No, it was correct. Yay me. Unconscious. To temple stones. The white marbled ones that the walls were made of. And that Vespa had almost gotten hit by full stop. Well, just set full stop right there. Then they drag them unconscious people, chain and stone. All the way up the stairs to the top of the reservoir. Where the squires were meant to be baptized. No, to ascend, because We're not gonna say baptism yet. Sent by the holy water. Baptize. He's Lauren. In this case, it's a name of a function. It's the short name of user's Toshin function. Phi(x) counts the numbers up to x that are relative prime. This is two numbers that are relative prime. They only have one as a common divisor. You know, you said you were not going to bother explaining it. I think you did well, but out of respect, will I not ask you to explain further? I'm probably not going to get it either. Yeah. Even though I am very smart, as we have already established, of course. By the blessed water. It wasn't until now that Vespa noticed who all of the unconscious people were. The squires themselves and the paladins. Exclamation mark. Then we know it's very dramatic. Grand Protect Baldric, Sir Harold. We have Brendan. We have. I need to remember all of these paladin names. There was Rhenàidd, right? I have the background, I think. His Lauren says, being smart and knowing stuff is not really the same, but it's easier to be smart if you know stuff. Because that's true. And they usually go hand in hand, right? Because you usually have like a thirst for knowing more. But then of course you also have different kinds of intelligence. You have mathematical intelligence, you can have social intelligence, you can have entrepreneurial intelligence, all of that stuff. Baldric, Sire Rhenàidd, Squire Edwin, yeah. Sire Rhenàidd, Sire, I'm just gonna name everyone. Sire Harold. Squire Edwin. Even I really need more squire names. Figure out how many paladins there are. Need more. It's gonna be. It need to be like 5. ... I feel like 5 is probably a good number. Because we pretty much only have paladins right now, and should probably be more paladins at the castle than the amount that we have. As long as the hardest part is knowing that you know stuff. When you know enough about something, you often realize you don't really know anything. It's a good quote from a Danish song, actually, where he sings something like, "You're smart when you know what you don't know." I've always found that pretty good. Because then you also know, usually you know like how to get better and more knowledge on whatever subject you can think of. Even Sire Brendan and High Servitor Arwen. And Grand Protector all of the paladins and their squires unconscious. A word can so quickly become a crutch word. Like, we've repeated that so much ever since I came up with it. Being dragged up the stairs, winding, winding around. The reservoir has also been written so much in this half page. Coiling. Tell me. Rhenàidd ask with anticipation. What do you see? Sloan says, I remember that I asked my physics teacher about magnetism. I wonder what is actually going on. How does it actually work? My teacher said that magnets just work the way they do. And there is to be continued. I had a really nice mathematics and physics teacher in elementary school, who in one parent-teacher conference thingy said that he saw so much potential in me. That was not the point I was trying to make, but more that he was a little disappointed in that I didn't ask more questions. And I remember saying that, well, I didn't participate because I rarely knew the answer. Oh yeah, that I rarely participated, or I should participate more in the class sessions. And then he said the thing about asking questions, and that he actually based his grades, sure, on if you knew the stuff you were supposed to through homework, but also asking the questions, because that showed you had an eagerness, and it showed that you knew where to find the correct answers. And that was actually really nice. That sort of stuck with me through my entire school period. And I got way more participatory. I don't know if I got better grades for it, but it made my school time better, I think. Oh, okay. I thought you were dotting was meant that you had no more words in the comment. Nothing more to say about it really. Later in life, after getting more perspective on the topic, I realized that magnetism is so fundamental to the universe that there really is no way to dig deeper. Wow, okay, that's interesting. So it is actually just that's just the way it is. Okay. It was a continuation. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, now I read it like I read it wrong. Somehow I read it wrong, even though it was a continuation. It's kind of funny. Because also, like, I feel like in that instance, you're almost like, as a student, you're like, are you hiding something from me because it's too complicated? And then it just turns out that it's so fundamental, it really is just the way it is. Did I just mess up everything here? No. At first, Vespa almost couldn't put into words all the things going on. But with some low trills and tweets from Lemon to get her started. She managed to report everything. Holding the warhammer close? Yeah. As she whispered. To make sure that they remained unseen. Lauren says there's a video on YouTube with an interview with physicist Richard Feynman that unlocked it for me. They discussed what it means to ask why and how far it can get you. Yeah, just in general, right? I feel like asking why is such a fundamental and really overlooked thing to do. And like, I think it helped me. I'm not saying that my book is perfect or anything, but I did ask why a lot as I was making the making the chapter overview and all that, and what was supposed to happen. And sometimes I found things that didn't make a whole lot of sense, and I asked why are they doing this, and came up with something better down the road. Also in business, I feel like there was so many bad decisions at my former workplace that could have been prevented by someone asking why, but no one ever did. And we did have one middle manager thingy who he wasn't super great manager or anything, but he did one good thing, and it was for every decision, every request, every proposal, he asked why. And a lot of the times people were just like blank faces because they had never had to answer why. They just did stuff. And I mean, it's the same in science and chemistry and physics and so on, right? If you have the capacity why to ask the questions and you want to learn, you can get so far and you can get so much more meaning. I do think that's one of the problems also with education. The way we've made our education system right now, you're not encouraged to ask why. You're encouraged, as you said, Isilauren, you're encouraged to know things, learn it. And you know, a lot of those people who do get academic degrees are the ones who asked why. They were curious from the get-go, I feel like. Again, that's mostly anecdotal, but yeah. I see. Do we know why they are chaining these paladins and other people. About that, asking why, I just had this why am I making this sentence, but whatever. Doesn't make much sense. Vespa has clearly reported that there were sacrifices. You know? Sacrifices, duh. Duh. ... Rhenàidd asked. Guess we could sort of lampshade that. Seeking the answers himself. Why not just kill them right away. Okay, I think my I might also be out of ink already. I say already because I feel like we changed ink cartridge last Wednesday and I didn't write that much. It has been rather hot in Denmark as well this last week, so it might actually have been evaporating. We'll see how far we get. Wow, okay, and then it ended there. Let's see if that might actually have been the end of that ink cartridge fully. Yep. There's a little bit here, looks like. So Lawrence says lamp shading. Let's see, that's when you point out something a bit strange deliberate in a story to make the reader accept it. Exactly. It's one of my favorite writing techniques. It's such a... I think it's such an interesting phenomenon because if there's something is weird and you don't point it out, people are gonna be like, huh, that's strange. It's like they haven't thought about it. But the moment you say, oh, that's a bit weird, that lampshade, people are like, okay, the writers know of it, and then they just accept it. Like, the fact that you pointed it out means you keep the reader or viewer their disbelief suspended. But if you don't point it out, you take them out of the suspension of the disbelief. It's such an interesting phenomenon. And I've actually actively used that quite a lot, I would say. If it's good, the way I've used it, I don't know. But assuming... Was that it? Yeah, that was it. Okay. Into the rest into the vault you go, the IKEA vault. And I have a new one right here. But yeah, so the way I wanted to use it here, lamp shading, was simply to have damn it, what's wrong? I want Lammy to be on the top. There we go. Yeah, that's better. I wanted to here. I wanted Vespa, assuming to say I already mentioned that Ronin said sacrifices, and then he's like, oh yeah, you did, right? Someone says there's also a trope called lampshade wearing, where a character gets so drunk that they wear a lampshade. Okay. Well, I haven't heard that one before. They aren't already dead. But why chain them up then? Squire Ronin said they were sacrifices. Vespa repeated in a whisper. Vespa in a whisper. I see. You did say that. But sacrifice to what? I don't remember. Temple of the Drowned. To worship. Whoops. A god or entity. It was more a as long as there's a sister trope to that is a necktie headband. I'm falling into the black black hole that is TV tropes right now. Help me. What's the necktie headband? Oh, when they get so drunk that they take the tie and use it as a headband, and you can see, like it's a visual thing that they're drunk now. Because I can see that being a thing, actually. That makes sense. Exactly. Right. Yeah, there's some... there's a lot of comedy shows that does that. I know they've done it in Friends. I know they've done it in How I Met Your Mother. They did it in Brooklyn Nine-Nine as well. I'm pretty sure. It's one of those things like, now you know, you start noticing it everywhere, right? I think I've done in The Office, most likely. I have never watched The Office. I'm sorry. I'm one of those people. I might be one of 2 remaining people on Earth who have never watched The Office. I don't know, I just feel like everyone talks about it. I know plenty of memes and clips from it, but it's just never... I'm not super into that cringe-worthy humor. Like that Danish comedy show Clown. Oh, I can't. It's just too... I die physically. I die a little bit inside every time I watch that show. It's so cringe. It's so horrible. But most Danes love it, and I think they had pretty good success outside of Denmark as well with that one. Make her shut up. Squire Ronin ordered. Squire Ronin's order was followed by a loud smack. Suddenly, there was no more failing. From the woman who had been dragged from the crowd at the wall. Crowd piling at the wall and into the center of the temple. You didn't kill her. Did you? Um, No, I don't think so. The cultist who had punched the woman. Hey, that was page 298. We move on to 299. Okay, so we did manage to do 298 in an hour. But at this pace, it does look like we're going to be here for 2 more hours. Because I am writing all of that page 300 today. Mark my words. So be it. I don't have anything I need to do tomorrow anyway, so it's all good for me. Punch the poor woman. Maybe take off Squire Ronin sneered. The ritual. This ritual requires fresh blood. If it is to summon the flood. If it's to summon the flood, heralding our new and better world. Roger, roger. Hey, Lauren, I like the trope fridge logic. That is when there are inconsistencies in the story, but it doesn't bother the reader viewer until later when they're looking inside the fridge to get something. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I had this when I saw the Odyssey this Saturday. I liked it. I really liked it. I want to see it again because I think it's a movie that gets better on the second viewing. But there was a scene, without spoiling too much, there is a scene with the giants that I was just like, what was that doing there? Because they didn't get anything out of it. It just sort of happened. And then I realized afterwards that that scene was specifically so that they could remove 2 of the 3 ships, so there would only be 1 ship with Odysseus and his crew on. I do feel like that could have used a little bit extra. That was a bit of a hey, wait a minute story moment, I think. I guess it wasn't really inconsistent, it just didn't make a whole lot of sense to have the scene there, unless it was to get rid of most of the crew. Number fact 299 is a brilliant number, meaning that it is the product of 2 primes, with both having the same number of digits. End of number fact. Nice. I love, like I said earlier, I love that there are math nerds who've come up with this stuff. Like, define what is a brilliant number. That it's so funny to me. 13 times 23 in this case. Cool. Very cool. Vespa immediately relayed the information to Rhenàidd. I see. So these cultists have not changed. Goal 1 bit. Since Tristan had dealings with them. He pondered. Pondered, that's a good word, isn't it? If we only knew what this ritual would be, Then we could find a way to stop it. I sort of wanted him, Ronin, to... I'm a little bit conflicted on his role, I guess you could say. Like, he's a villain, sure, but his role in this cult. Because I just had this... I don't want to do more names for like cultists that we don't really care about. But I guess we can find 2 names. I guess we can find 2 names behind the name. Name generator, random renamer, masculine names. Just the first name, thank you. And give me 5. Why is that not? There, okay. We want Celtic, we want Anglo-Saxon, we want Germanic, we want Arthurian, we want Hillbilly. And let's go with English, Danish, German. Okay, so 2 names. Ira. Watchful. Interesting. Hey, Lothar. Famous army. Mr. X and Mr. Y. Yeah. Kevin. Bobby. Oh. Hollow. You know what? Let's go with Kevin as one of them. We just need quick decisions. Kevin. Bichet. From an English surname, Marion Bush. Alright. Eva Victor Algernon. Esther. Name of the flower. Star. She had quite a good name. I need to save that. Murden. Original Welsh of Merlin. Huh. Interesting. Filbert. Really variant. It means friend, lover. It's not really what we want. Wilhelm, Ellington, Thatcher. Wesley, Cass, Roger, Hardy, Edward. We have a... That means like wealth, God. Ernst. Ernest, okay. Wiedeld. Ansgar. God, spear. I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Kevin and Phil, but it sounds like a comedy spin-off. It does a little bit. I'm just sort of going through things that I think sound good, and then if their meaning could be something of a villainy type meaning. Dominic of the Lord. Wally. Walter. Power of the Army. We did have another name that was like Army. Hasso. Called the Chatty in antiquity. Hasso. Bernard. Bear and Heart Firm. Let's go with Burned. Oh my god, you couldn't see. I've been I've just been going through these random generators. Wow, great. This is what I get from not maintaining my Burned. Maintaining my stream schedule. I get rusty so fast. Names TBD. Names TBD. Squire Ronin. Shouted. As if what Rhenàidd had said to Vespa was a prompt. I'm not sure I want the word prompt. Maybe I do want the word prompt. That's alright, actually. Doll could be a villain name. Dagger in Swedish. It's also dagger in Danish. It's actually not bad. You know, I'm gonna write it. Dolk. That could be a different way of going about it, yeah. Thanks. I mean, I'm not gonna refer to them again, so it's just like throwaway names to give a little bit sense of as if I had actually thought about these things. I actually kind of like Dolk. It goes well with Shad and Otho as well. On Wikipedia, Daggard is Dolk in Danish. Oh. Isn't that the same thing? A dagger and a daggard. Daggard. We also say Dolk though. Dolk. Daggard. Yeah. It's just a synonym. dolk. Dagger, sheath knight. Dagger. You can't. I did it again. Oh. I was just checking. This is Danish thesaurus. Dagger, dolk. Daggert, dagger. I honestly can't tell you what the difference is between a daggert and a dolk. I think they're the same thing. Two cultists on the edge of the reservoir's top. Responded by eagerly looking to their leader. Throw in the first Squire Ronin commanded. I actually think we're fairly close to the end of this chapter. I don't think I'll get there tonight, of course, but it's also been one of the reasons I think why I've been slumping so much the last couple of weeks. Is that I'm so nervous about ending things. How do we get from where I was to where I wanted to go? I don't know. Is it good? Is it bad? Whatever. But now that I'm writing this, maybe also because it's been a pretty good session today. I'm like, wow, okay. It was actually easy to get here. Isolauren says, I'm going to sleep, need to work tomorrow. Hopefully I will catch your next stream when it happens. Good luck with the studies. Thank you so much, Isolauren, and thank you so much for being here and for following along as much as you have so far. I do hope you'll catch the next stream as well. And don't worry, I'll try to have a little heads up here on YouTube. Right, have a good night's sleep and a good day tomorrow at work. Square Ronin commanded. Do you have your number fact for page 300, by the way, before you leave? You know, since I am going to, I'll read it once I get to page 300 in half an hour-ish. But if you don't, that is a-okay, and a very good night to you. pointing his dagger towards the massive reservoir. Anyone in particular? Either Cavan or Bernd. Laughed back. He had a gruff voice, just like Shad. Vespa could feel anger rising. Within her. Just, well, wow, just from the sound. The Grand Protector. Ronin responded. When he was looking up towards where the cultists, the other stood with the unconscious paladins and squires, and other townsfolk. God, how big is that plateau they're standing on? Vespa could see his smile. was the same. Evil one. Same evil one that Rhenàidd had. Beautiful. I don't know if that's grammatically correct. Yeah, I mean, I think it is, even though it is strange, but when he had won their fight and thrown her and a deadly injured into the catacombs. I wanna have a good look as the old fools, old fool drowns. Dot. Maybe it should be I want to have a good look at the old fool as he drowns. But oh well. Actually, throw him in and I'll get the ritual started. Right. Okay, my brain stopped working. Right then and there. Once again, Vespa reported everything. That happened. To the warhammer spirit. Hoping that he could devise a great plan to save the day. Sadly, that didn't happen. But that didn't happen in time. The two cultists the top of the reservoir in sync harmony. Guess just want to say counted together. Down from 3. Heaving, and huffing as they did. Quickly followed by 2 large splashes. Vespa could only look as Grand Protector Baldric Grand Protector Baldric. What did he do? Was dragged by the stone down to the bottom of the blessed water. The bottom of the blessed water. They chained his hands. Vespa whispered, in disbelief of what she saw. It was a bizarre and horrible scene as the unconscious Grand Protector. Began floating. Back up to the surface. But only feet as both hands were chained to the temple stone. To the temple stone. Now at the bottom. At the bottom of the blessed reservoir. There we have it. Page 299 is done, which means we're at page 300. And I was about to write 2 there, so I messed that up. Nice, didn't I? Page 300. Okay, that took 45 minutes. That might be a new record, honestly. That went great. Yeah, let's continue, shall we? Bottom of the reservoir. Turning him upside down. As he drowned. Old fool. Squire Ronin commented. Looking into dark dust. Escaping. As he flipped a page. With his dagger. and down whatever it said. And made himself ready. Throw in another one. He commanded let it be my mentor. I don't know if I want to use mentor here. Word. As powerful as he is arrogant. He thought that these puny paladins would easily stand up to our temple of the drowned. I guess actually that the drowned would be a godlike entity, so where did we write that? But sacrifice to what? Temple of the Drowned. Is that not? Is that not an entity? Okay. Ha. I shall relish in his drowning as well. Esquire Ronin. Ronian. Began chanting from the book. A chant that reminded Vespa of something, even though she couldn't understand what was being said. Vespa of something. Even though she couldn't understand what was being said. 2 new splashes. Sounded from the top of the reservoir. Hey, Triceratops Rider, good that you're here. What is the best villain name you've ever come up with? Ooh. Now, I haven't actually come up with a whole many villains. I do actually quite like Ronin's name, because Ronin there was a how did we get to Ronin? It had 2 meanings, a double meaning. I don't remember how we came. Well, one of them was Ronin, which is, you know, a samurai without a master. A Ronin, who had no lord or master, in some cases also had severed all links to his family or clan. So you have this character who's a squire to a knight type person, but his name refers to him having no master. And then it also had an Irish name equivalent. No, it wasn't Rhiannon. Britain and Ronan. It's this little seal here, but that was not where. I don't think that was where it came from. Ronin. No. I feel like it had a different one variant. Ronan. Okay, so there was also an Irish meaning that meant something else, something similar, I think. But yeah, I quite like that. Triceratops says, Kobogle is mine. Don't know what to use it on, but just sounds right. You know, it sounds like an orcish brute type of character. I like it as well. It's a bit over in kobold, not the color, but the mythological creature kobold. Yeah, it's cool. It sounds like someone who would be a bit stupid, but kinda really fucking strong. I also had in my journey fly. I quite like Rhenàidd. He was the villain here. He was this dragon type character. And it's from, I've made my own dragon words language, but it means ambitious, and then with an ending on it. I felt like that rolled pretty well off the tongue, and it sounded, you know, villainy. Whereas my other character in that was Wurusu, which means journey with a Sioux affix on it. And that I feel like it's much more soft, whereas Rhenàidd was hard. So you had this nice, you know, even in the names, they're protagonist and villain. It's also fun when you have that, because I think I've had that as well, where you just have a name or something. You have a good idea, but you just don't know where to use it, right? And Vespa watched with horror as the mighty Sire Ronin. Now not Ronin, Brendan. The mighty son of the evening. The champion Paladin of Blackrivers Keep. Slowly descended. That's wrong. Descended. I do guess. So I know I'm going to say this ceremony is still gonna be called a baptism. But I do actually kind of like. This just hit me, like when we call it an ascension, even though it doesn't make sense from a paladins is water type knights point of view, but you know, it's called an ascension, and these people, they're descending down into the water. It just hit me. That was actually quite a nice juxtaposition. Down into the blessed water. Before floating upside down. Upside down. Next to the Grand Protector. Floating lifelessly. Rhenàidd. Vespa whispered. With slight panic. In her voice. Having just relayed the happenings. Tell me, what do we do? Can you stop the squire? Oh, how do you do that? Squire. disrupt his disrupt. His chanting. The spirit suggested. As 2 more splashes. Came from atop the reservoir. Vespa wasn't sure. She could get close enough. To hit Squire Ronin. Without anyone seeing her. Ronin or the cultists. Still dragging and chaining people to stones. He was standing right in the open. Atop the top small stairs. At the very center. I don't know. I don't know. And what about What about the ones already drowning in the reservoir? It wasn't just slight panic in Vespa's voice. Now, can you... Oh my god. Can you... climb the stairs? Top and take out those cultists. Rhenàidd Rhenàidd's suggestion was in a... not a frowning, but... was in a tone that clearly clearly conveyed, not conveyed, clearly, I guess, told of his opinion being inside the warhammer. Unable to actively participate or gain his own sense of the situation. The stick. Own stock of the situation. Impossible. And it still wouldn't help. Hey, look at how close we are to the end of page 300. Woo! With Vespa's concern. Of those already floating upside down. Near the bottom. Vespa thought she saw a little movement by Sire Brendan. But quickly dismissed it. In fact, it looked to be the waters, the blessed waters. Which was beginning to move in accordance with Squire Ronin's chanting. In fact, the water was getting more and more agitated. That, my dear friends, were page 300. New page hype. Whoop, whoop. And that only took 35 minutes. That might actually be a new record. Something like 35 minutes. 37, 38. I just want to write a little bit more. 301. Here we go. New page hype. Whoop, whoop. Okay, we definitely picked up the pace those last two pages. Wow. All right. So we're only like 22 minutes behind the usual, because that was 4 pages. More and more agitated. Rhenàidd Vespa could hardly contain herself to a whisper anymore. Say something. What do I do? Please. Silence. Actually, let's remove the please from up here. Only chanting and evil laughter. In the temple. Oh my god. And Vespa's heart beating faster and faster. She had to endure the terrible sight. Maybe actually this shouldn't be chained. Just hit me. That should probably be roped. Because I want Squire No, I want Sire Brendan. I want him to actually cut himself loose, and he kinda can't do that if he's chained, can he? Roping. please. She couldn't take it anymore. She had to do something. Anything. It was just like Rhenàidd had said. Vespa was the only one in a position to do it. Maybe if she was lucky, an opportunity would present itself. If she just did something, anything. Vespa had to try. She grabbed the warhammer's handle hard. The leather of her gauntlet groaning slightly again. And prepared to rush Squire Ronin. He was their leader. Taking him out would surely do something. it was probably the best plan. Had put forth even if she would most certainly not live very long. After she charged, but she had to try. But just as she took her first was to take her first step, towards her doom, Lemon whispered a tweet, a trill, and a chirp. From her shoulder. The glass. Vespa asked back. Still low in volume, of course. Breaking the glass. That would most certainly okay, that would most certainly end the not the story, but today's session. Wow, okay. Well, we almost did a 5th page. That was wild. Okay, that was definitely some groove there, but it is half past midnight here in Denmark. It's probably better that I stop now and go to bed. But I just really wanted that. Realization that she could break the glass. And I really love that the idea comes from Lemon, because that was actually not something I originally had intended to do. That was wow, okay. That was really good. It's just something that came up with as I was writing one of the other pages. Right. Boom. Master Sword of Counting. Here we are. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4 pages. 4 pages and 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 4 pages and 25 lines. Okay, that feels good. That feels really good. No, okay. 4 pages. Okay, that feels really good. 1693 words for the most likely for the foreseeable future last live stream. I don't know. Okay, it depends. I don't want to promise anything. But if I can finish this book live next weekend, I'm gonna work towards that. And there's going to be a live stream next weekend, because I just sort of realized just like how well things were going right here at the end. And I think I'm fairly close to the end. I might, no promises, be able to do it in my spare time the coming week. Okay. Okay, that was really good. 111,139 words is where we're at after today. Boom, baby. So we go in here, we say, oh, it's been so long since we've written 1,693 words. Oh my god, we haven't done that since November. What? Okay, I'm very happy with that. I'm very, very happy with that, I gotta say. That feels good. Feels really good ending like that. Not ending, but you know. Right. Not the jewel first. We need the purple bar first, and that goes to minus 786. It's a pretty good chunk. And this one. Okay. Boom. There we have it, guys. Put all these pens up so it looks nice. There we have it. Page 301. It was most likely the last live stream for the foreseeable future, but what a live stream it was. As I said, depending on where I am, where I get to this coming week, maybe there will be something next weekend, which would then be the 8th or 9th of August. Maybe. Anyway, I just want to end this by saying thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys who dropped by the chat. It was amazing. Yeah. Have a nice night if you're watching this on the VOD. Have a nice day, nice morning, nice evening, whenever you're watching it. And yeah, I know there's probably not gonna be a lot of stuff going on the channel this last of this year, but if you want to hang around, subscribe, like this video. It all means a lot. There might be sprinkles of stuff coming up, live streams, what not. Again, don't promise anything, but maybe. And remember that we write our own stories, and thank you so much for watching. All right, bye.